Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the planning board meeting for March 4th, 2024. I'm Carrie Martinek, Chair of the Planning Board. Before we get started, I have a few announcements to read. This open meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency signed into law on March 29, 2023. All members of the planning board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The act allows the planning board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of the meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. I will now confirm that board members and persons anticipated on the agenda are remotely present and can be heard. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Bill Pierce?
Here.
Anthony Zeiton?
Here.
Amy Pretsky?
Here.
And staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Lori Connors?
Here.
Bob Federico?
Here.
Great. For ground rules, for presenters or applicants on the agenda, the chair will invite each speaker or applicant on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to their application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others may do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board or committee will be conducted by roll call vote. For public comment by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please note party or phone number will be visible to those viewing the meeting. By Zoom, click raise hand on the bottom of your screen and wait to be recognized by the chair. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has the list of all public commentators, the chair will call on each by name and afford 3 minutes for our speakers. We do have an executive session this evening, so we will announce that shortly as the first item on the agenda. I noticed Millie, you just joined us, so
Yes.
if you don't mind saying here, that's great.
Here.
Great. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to the agenda. For tonight, as I mentioned, the first item on our agenda is executive session pursuant to MGL Chapter 30A, Section 21, subsection 3, litigation regarding pending land use litigation, which is the Gutierrez Company versus Northborough Planning Board, Land Court number 21, MISC 000380, due to the chair's determination that a discussion regarding this matter in an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the board. So what we'll do here is the board will make a motion to go into executive session. When that's done, we'll come back into the public meeting and resume the agenda, which will include the public hearing for the bylaws, in addition to some existing old business, interviews for the financial planning committee, and discussion of Harrington Lane public acceptance, recommendation to the select board on road layout. So those things will follow when the planning board returns. With that, is there a motion to move into executive session as described regarding MGL Chapter 38, Section 21, subsection 3, regarding pending land use litigation?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, Bill?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Millie?
Aye.
And Carrie's an aye. So we will head over to that session and come back shortly thereafter. Thanks very much.
Oh, no.
You're on mute, Carrie.
Thanks. Oh, and if you can make me the co-host, please. And then Eric, are you here for a specific hearing or?
Eric is here. He works for RKG Associates, so he's here to give
Oh,
the presentation on the analysis.
Oh, okay. Thank you for waiting. Which, do we start with that then, Laurie? Would that
Sorry,
be-
one
would
more.
would it make sense to start with that then? So that he doesn't.
I think so. Poor Eric's been waiting here for an hour, so I'm sure he'd be
Oh.
grateful if we could jump on that right away.
Great, okay.
No
So
problem
we're
at all.
just- Sorry about that, Eric. We're just waiting for Anthony to make his way over. And then, in the meantime, thank you everyone for your patience. The next item on our agenda is the continued public hearing for the purpose of seeking public opinion on proposed amendments to the zoning map and the sections of the Northborough zoning bylaw as listed in the agenda. So we will cover that next. Let's see, let me see if Anthony's having any trouble. You mentioned he was having trouble with his internet.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Oops, there he is. All right, that should be everybody. So Anthony, we're just welcoming Eric. I won't even try to say your last name. Give me a hand there.
Wasegis.
All right.
To make a presentation regarding RKG. Is that the
Yes.
RKG's recommendation? So we're going to start with that. And Eric, do you need to share your screen or do we have?
Yes, I think I should be able to share my screen. Let me try. Can everyone see that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, great. So to be respectful of time, what I can do is I'm intentionally presenting off of the full report that we sent Lori, but I will just quickly touch upon some of the salient points throughout the report, but I'll spend most of my time in the results section, and then happy to answer any questions. Like I mentioned, I'm presenting off of the report in case anyone has any specific questions about a specific page or any sort of item that we bring up in the report. I'm happy to go over that. So I guess for starters, just so to sort of give everyone a sense, the economic feasibility analysis, the reason for conducting this is EOHLC requires that if you're considering anything other than the 10% affordability requirement and 80% of area median income, you have to run an economic feasibility analysis, which is effectively a real estate pro forma of a new policy consideration. In this case, we're testing a 15% set aside and the 20% set aside. To give you a little more background around the modeling assumptions, as I mentioned, this is the way to think about
Bruno is Pill. Can you do me a favor and give it to him?
The way to think about this analysis is this is a policy analysis more so than it is an actual real estate development pro forma. So what we're testing is what you would normally test for a real estate development, but changing and measuring the zoning aspects such as maximum height requirements, parking ratios, as well as the affordability set-asides. And we are conducting this using market data as well as construction hard costs, and other inputs that we gather from proprietary sources, interviews with local developers, as well as just economic data that you would use in a pro forma analysis. These next two pages that you will notice in the report, we include these because this is a requirement of EOHLC. These are all the assumptions that go into the model that we're either gathering from local assessment data, as I mentioned before, local developers, or proprietary sources. We use RS Means for construction data. They're a huge aggregator of construction hard costs, which we use to estimate projects. We also use things like the language in the zoning bylaws, such as the parking ratio, as well as things like maximum height requirements, which I'll get a little bit more to later. The other thing I really want to highlight here is the way that the economic feasibility analysis works is we run these various scenarios, paying attention to, if you can see my cursor, these return expectations. The way to think about this is we run a set of scenarios and evaluate what the return on investment is for various development projects under the different affordability requirements that we're testing. And based on this, we get a sense of, does the policy infringe upon the financial feasibility of development, or is development feasible under the new zoning bylaw affordability requirements? And so to skip a little ahead, the market assessment, I'll pretty much just glean over this very briefly. EOHLC requires that we also look at the for sale side and the renter side for the entire market. This sort of works as the sort of background grounding of how we can rationalize various asking rents, as well as other financial fundamentals that we use within the model. So to skip a little ahead to the important part, the results of the analysis. So we tested this for the Southwest Multifamily Development Subdistrict, as well as the Downtown Multifamily Development Subdistrict. Testing both, as I mentioned before, at the 15% set aside at 80% of AMI and 20% set aside at 80% of AMI. And the important sort of simplified version of the results is, under the scenarios that we use in the model, the 15% set aside at 80% of AMI is economically feasible. The 20% set aside at 80% is not economically feasible. There's a lot of nuance to the language that we use here, but that's effectively the results of this analysis. This is not very surprising. We've done this work for a number of communities, and 12.5% to 15% seems to be what is economically feasible given the constraints on the construction side as well as the cost of capital today. 20% is a little bit harder for developers to pencil, so it toes the line of being not necessarily economically feasible. And this is particularly true when you think of building up past 4 stories and you have to get into stick and podium construction. That is much more expensive and really hard for developers to pencil out. To sort of speak a little bit more of what I mean by that, I can jump to the results, but I suppose I'll pause right here. Does anyone have any questions over everything I just went over? I know I'm kind of going a little quickly, but I want to make sure you have an opportunity to ask if you'd like me to speak a little bit more about anything.
A lot.
So what he's saying, Laura, is we can ask for the 15%. We were gonna ask for 10%, but we can ask for 15 now, but not 20.
Yes.
That's pretty much.
Yep. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Yes.
Yeah.
I highlight these slides to just sort of give you a sense of the sensitivity of the analysis. Effectively, what this is showing you is that in the dark red, that's where it would be economically infeasible. This is really contingent on the type of construction you choose, because as you notice, if you were to build 75 units downtown, all wood frame with a maximum height of 4 stories, that would be economically feasible. But in the Southwest Multifamily Development District, you allow for a maximum height of, I believe it's 5 stories. Going into 5 stories, you would go into stick over podium. That would not necessarily be feasible, but the way the language is for the EFA requirements is that you need to test the minimum to trigger the affordability requirement, and then see based off of that, is projects economically feasible. And then, Amy, to go back to your point, 15% is feasible, is effectively the message of that. And then to sort of further outline this, as you can see, everything is sort of in red here. This is because at the 20%, the return measures start to toe the line of what's not economically feasible. And as we sort of mentioned in some of the other language in this report, it can get very contingent on the specifics of the site. You know, if you had to do any sort of major site improvements, depending on the design fees or the orientation of the site, that could render a project even more economically unfeasible. So that's why we recommend that the 15% would be feasible, but not the 20%. And then the final bit, the appendix, this is a requirement of EOHLC. These are just our pro forma analysis, which I don't have to go through unless you would like me to. So I'll return to our results page. Any questions, any specific slides you'd like me to return to? Again, I know I went through that very quickly, but I just wanted to sort of get to the results and then see if there were any questions.
Any questions from board members?
No,
Lori, any questions? Okay,
I mean, I have some questions, but I don't know if this is the right time quite yet.
what do you
Is
want to
it-
ask? It's up to you, Millie. If you want to ask them, we can go right ahead.
So when you're saying that something is economically feasible to a builder, what does that really mean? If they have a choice of building in our town with a 15% affordability mandate and another town with a 10%, what's the incentive to build in our town?
So the way the return measure works is you can think of it just as your return on investment. That's how we're evaluating the feasibility. And for a developer, that's where it becomes very site specific. So even if another town has 10%, but where your district is, there's some more developable sites, then with a positive return like we're showing, they might choose that despite the 15 versus the 10, they would choose that location over, say, another town's. But again, a lot of that depends on the specifics of the deal. And that's one of the sort of asterisks to this type of analysis is this is testing whether if you make a policy change, would it render a deal not economically feasible? It doesn't really test every single specific of the deal because we would need to run a site assessment, have building designs, etc. So this is more of just sort of does it work, does it not work policy tool in its simplest form.
Okay, so if I were to ask something like, do you guys measure, whether or not it tends to cause increases in the non-affordable units? That's not something you guys in pricing. So let's say you go to 15% affordability, but then 85% become even less affordable or more expensive. You don't really get into that, do you?
We're assuming that basically all of the market rate rent apartments are being charged at the current market rate, and then the affordable is the affordable. So yeah, they could be a little bit more expensive. That is an accurate assumption to make.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I have one. So really quick, so I'm assuming by looking at this that, what we're saying is we can go up to 15, correct? So if we
Yes.
did 12.5 or 13 or whatever, that would still be economically feasible.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And I should mention to that point, I mean, that is why we include multiple return measures and we use multiple sizes just to give you a sense of that sensitivity. Because as you can see, for instance, in the downtown district, everything remains economically feasible from a internal rate of return and a return on cost. The important one being return on cost, that's your return on investment. Given that being the case, anything lower than that, the return would be higher is the assumption you could make based on these assumptions.
Lori, you have something?
Yeah, I know you mentioned that in the southwest area where we would allow heights to go up to 60 feet. You said that it isn't really all that economical to go to the 15% for the 5-story buildings. Would it be better to go to the 12.5%?
So good question. So the way that this is one of those things where it's in the details of the way EOHLC makes us perform this. We have to run the smallest unit scenario that triggers the inclusionary zoning, so 10 units. And then when we're testing the zoning parameters, we have to test at the maximum height allowed. So in this case, what we're saying is that if you were to build above 4 stories and change construction type, that could become economically infeasible. But if you don't have to build 2 5 stories, that's not to say it wouldn't be feasible. So you have a maximum height of 5 stories here. If you built up to 4 stories, you could do that and it would pencil out. And that's why we intentionally include the same scenario sizes for a few in the downtown district as well to show that that would be the case.
Okay.
Hmm.
Thank you.
and I would say for me, if we're thinking about Southwest cutoff, I would probably want the 15 if they can do it, because that's the bigger companies like the Avalon, and if someone does Econo Lodge, that's only like 2 floors anyways. So if we say, oh, well, we only want to do 10% there, I mean, they're probably not going to do 5 floors anyways, because we said it was adaptive reuse, or I don't know. I guess I was thinking of Southwest Cutoff.
Can you have different percentage requirements for different parts of town?
I would have to check. I do not know that for certain, so I don't want to say one way or another. We have seen some towns use blended AMI requirements, 10 at one, 5 at another. I can't say that for certain, but I would have to double check with you regarding that.
Hmm. Interesting.
Okay, did you want to run through your results? There we go.
Okay.
Any other questions?
It doesn't sound like any other questions. Is there anything else that you wanted to share?
I believe that covers everything. I can follow up with Lori to see, if there's anything else you'd like us to test. Or if there's any further questions at a later date, I'm happy to answer those. But that's so this document that I sort of quickly ran through is effectively what needs to be submitted to EOHLC. Everything in here meets the EFA guidelines, and effectively what we've heard from feedback from work we've done in other towns is the real key thing that they are looking through is the zoning bylaw, and then at the minimum trigger of the inclusionary zoning requirement, what is that economically feasible or not? And so the key one there is that 10 units that triggers the affordability requirement. Given that that is economically feasible, that looks favorable for the 15% as opposed to the 20.
Okay. Lori, is this what you expected to see or hear, or any thoughts from you on your feedback from this?
Yeah, I think that this was really helpful. I was kind of wondering about the 10 unit threshold. And certainly I thought the 20% was going to be too much, but I'm happy to see that 15% is going to be okay, because we're only at 10.28% on our Chapter 40B compliance. So we're right over the line. And we don't want to lose any headway. So as new units are constructed, we want to make sure that we are keeping pace with our affordable units as well. So this is encouraging, I think.
Board members, any thought on percentages or?
Just for Lori, I was looking at affordable housing a few years ago, and we were in much better shape than we are today, like by a lot.
And that the reason for that is that houses are continuously being built. So most of the housing construction that's happening today is in A&R lots. So they're not subdivisions, they're house lots, single family homes that are built along existing roadways. So if we build even 10 units per year and no affordable units, then every single year that passes, our percentage gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So after we build 100 units, so after 10 years, we will definitely be below the 10% of Chapter 40B compliance threshold.
Right, but it could take 10 years to get there, and we would have, a number of years in effect to try to prepare for it, right? Is there, if we were to go with a plan like this, would it take effect pretty immediately so that the next year we would have to be brought into compliance?
Well, there's always a risk. So somebody could come into my office tomorrow with a plan to build 100 homes. So that could happen at any point. And if they come in with the plan to build 100 homes and none of those are affordable units, then we could be below our 40B threshold as fast as that, as fast as those units are built. So the important thing is to keep pace. So remember that, you know, every year there are market rate homes being built. So every year there should be a thought towards how you're going to match that unit. So you want to keep pace with the 10% at an absolute minimum so that you never slip below
Right.
10.
And about how many homes do we get built a year? And what would it take to change the percentages? Do you know?
Actually, I have that.
You had a
I
chart
have that
last
PowerPoint presentation.
meeting, yeah.
I thought you did. I just don't recall. Just
Yeah, so just bear with me. Let me find that.
I can, while they're looking, I can give you some ballpark numbers. You know, single family homes and duplexes and things like that. Typically we've been running about 7 to 9 per year for the past few years. We had a couple of years in there that were 12s and 15s. But, you know, as Laurie said, if you've got, you know, say you've built 150 houses since Avalon went up, which is the last time Northborough actually had a chance to add to its affordable housing
stop.
stock. Okay. If you built 150 houses, you're down 15 affordable units. And that's just keeping up. That's not getting ahead of the curve.
Mhm.
So if you've done 150 houses, you're down 15 units right there. And
Yeah.
I think that answers Anthony's question. You know, what's happened over the past few years, because the percentages were higher, but not so much these days.
Mm.
Amy, you have something?
Yeah, I started looking into it too. And what I found, and I can send it out, is the way the state looked at our numbers. They were looking at the 2010 census for a long time, and they started reevaluating how they were looking at our numbers. So if you look at 2020 versus 2023, it showed that we built like 400 or 500 houses. And that's how we went down so fast. But I found an article, and it's the way that they're looking at the numbers now. So all of a sudden, and that's, I reached out to the Board of Assessor to get all of our real numbers compared to, it didn't match up with what the state had. And it was,
Right.
they were looking at old census numbers. And so if you look at a lot of towns, they dropped really close to 10% all of a sudden. But there's a way also to keep up. We used to have an inclusionary zoning bylaw. So we might have to put that back in, because like Lori said, if all of a sudden like a farm sells and they put up 500 houses or 100 houses, we're gonna go below. But
So
if you have the inclusionary zoning, it's not just MBTA, it would be all housing. Anyone over 10 units would have to build one. So it was like
Oh, yeah,
10%.
okay.
Why did we take that out? Did we take that out?
Yeah.
Kathy said because the builders weren't doing it, but it was probably more because the builders didn't want to do it. You know, because I don't think they were happy with it, and so she took it out. It was before my time. It was
Oh.
only in there for a couple of years, and all of a sudden there was one group done, like when Mr. Abu did that housing development on Lincoln Street. He built some on Hudson Street, some affordable housing. That was during the inclusionary zoning time. So he had to build 4 units on Hudson Street, but after that, I think it was taken out of the zoning.
Hmm.
But we can put it back in because we are gonna fall below the 10% eventually.
But would it help to, I mean, maybe 10% in the residential building is steep, but what if well, I guess they would just build 9 units and kind of skate around it.
I heard that happens a lot.
Yeah.
Everybody builds 9 for a reason. But with 15%, I saw what Lexington did, their MBTA. They said if it was over 8, you had to build one. Does that bring you up to the 15% maybe?
Hmm.
I don't know. I can share that later. when we talk about the
Hmm.
MBTA, but I brought their wording because they do 15%, if we decide as a group to do 15%.
If I may, just remember, if you're talking about anywhere on the realm of a development of 10%, you're not doing anything to increase your overall percentage. All you're doing is treading water.
Right.
So if you actually want to increase that percentage, you got to be more than 10%.
Hmm. Well, I guess that's a discussion for later. If any towns with inclusionary zoning go above 10%, if they can, I see 10% just to stay treading water, but that's a discussion for a different day.
Okay, anything else on this one? All right, Eric, thank you. And we obviously have a copy of that report, I think, so that's great. And Lori, that's all you need for what we,
Yes. Of course, I need feedback from you folks, whether you definitely want me to change the bylaw to up the percentage from 10 to 15. So if we can
Okay,
talk
so that's
about that
something you need.
next, that would be great.
Yeah, of course. Okay, thoughts on percentage for MBTA?
Yeah,
I
I think
think we
15
should.
makes sense. Yep.
Yeah, 15.
Thanks, Eric.
Is there anything in
Thanks
between?
so much.
Does it make sense to do anything in between? Because I'm concerned that 15% might be a big of a jump in a disincentive.
Thoughts on that?
I think the problem is that we can make up for all the single family homes turning into duplexes. Right? We've had a few of those already. And so the more of those that happen, the more we're going to have to get caught up. Maybe, later on we can look at maybe reducing it. But, we're on a threshold now.
And it
Really?
seems like the MBTA is giving a higher density bonus, so it's kind of a little trade-off for the higher density bonus. I know that's why we hired him, because that's what a lot of towns around the state are doing.
Hmm.
Because 10 units per acre normally wouldn't be allowed on these sites, so I don't know if that means they're making more money than they normally would.
That's true.
So in return, we get a little more affordable housing.
Millie, did you have a percentage in mind, or you're just throwing that out as a concept, or?
I mean, I just think that there are some drawbacks to having a higher percentage of affordable housing. There's some things to consider. It has impacts on your town. It has impacts on your buildable desirability. So I wouldn't think you would want to present a disincentive if that in fact might be one.
I
So
think
you
a
brought up
bigger-
that point earlier to some extent, that why would somebody come to Northborough at 15% if they could go to Westborough? And this is not true necessarily for 10%. Is that what you're saying? Like, we would not be as desirable?
I mean, if you have to think about where you're going to put in the most economically feasible structures for your business, you might opt to go somewhere else. And the return on your investment, obviously you want to get a bigger return on that.
Anthony, you had something there?
Well, a couple things. One is we certainly don't want to fall under the 10%. Then that makes things really bad. And the other thing is we could probably recalibrate if a year from now or whenever, next town meeting, we decide we're doing a bylaws next year, or whoever's doing them. If we determine that we're getting a lot of bad feedback from the builders, that they're just not going to do it here because of the 15%, then maybe we have to change it then.
I do think we have to start with it though, because if we go below, then our town ends up paying for it. It'll come out of the taxpayer money.
Well, I also am just concerned that the other pricing goes up because, again, the builder wants to maximize return on investment. And so then you kind of shoot yourself in the foot by making the ones that aren't affordable even higher priced.
You think they would be compensated on the back end? But what do you think, Millie, considering this is just in our MBTA zones, do you think that it's a safe place to at least test this out? Like maybe at the 15 to see what happens there?
Yeah, that's kind of why I was asking about if it's possible to do it in certain areas.
So it would just be, this is only for the MBTA district, correct, Lori?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, it's not all over town.
I missed that memo.
That's okay. So that would limit, does that change your mind a little bit in terms of mitigating the risk there?
Definitely.
For
Okay,
it to be all over town, it would have to be that inclusionary bylaw, and then you would pick the areas.
Yeah, that was, I'm sorry, I don't know how I missed that.
no, not at all. It's super confusing, I feel like overall. Okay, so so for MBTA districts only, is the board comfortable with 15 to start? And like Anthony said, or or Bill may have said too, worst case we recalibrate, but at least we have 15.
Yep.
I mean,
I think so.
Okay.
You want me to share the bylaw that Lexington did? They did 15. It's the same paragraph we have, but it's just worded a little differently. Because don't we have to approve the bylaws tonight, the wording?
Well, I'm still waiting for the analysis from Judy Barrett's group on the but that really goes into the what land is designated for the MBTA district less than the wording. So of course, the whole point of getting the analysis from Judy Barrett is so that I can then forward it to the state to see if they want any wording changes, or whether they're going to accept our bylaw as we're proposing it. So my preference is that you leave the you leave the public hearing open, although it would be fantastic if we all pretty much agree that this is what you want me to send to the town administrator's office for inclusion on the warrant. And then if we have to change the wording in one or two articles, it will be a much less heavy lift than me sending all of the articles at the very last minute, which I know they're already after me for these articles. So if we can finalize them to the greatest extent feasible tonight, that would be fantastic. But still leave the public hearing open.
Okay. Amy, are you proposing a change to the current language?
Well, we have to hit the 15%.
No, outside of the 15 though, is there a specific language that you're proposing for that one?
No, I was just going to show the language Lexington used because they hit the 15%.
Sure, you can. Do you want to share that? You can.
It's pretty much what we had. I can just pull it up super fast.
Sure.
Let me see. I just have to find the little button. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Oh, here it is. I have so many windows open. So this is what Lexington had. I just cut and pasted it. I'll let everybody read it. I don't know if you want me to make it bigger. I don't want to read it out loud unless you want me to.
That's fine.
But we did already have it determined that it's feasible because they were one of the first ones to do it. So they didn't go through the feasibility study. So we probably don't have to leave this sentence in because they were waiting for their feasibility study to come back.
The one thing I would say is that town council has already vetted this language and
Yep.
modified it.
Hmm.
So he modified specifically bullet number 7. So he changed the wording quite a bit.
All right, I could just send this to you, but we would have to change it to make it 15%. So you're muted.
All I would do is scratch out 10% and put 15%.
Okay, what about 8 or more dwelling units? Does ours say 10?
We did the analysis on 10, so we'd have to rerun the analysis to decrease it to 8.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that's what they did for the 15%. All right, I just wanted to share it because I know that they had done it.
Okay. All right, but our language is similar, it just has, we just have to swap in 15% is the overall consensus on that.
As long as that works. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so why don't we, so Lori, do we need to take any sort of vote on that for the 15%? Or I guess not, because it's all part of the bylaw anyway.
Oh, it's all part of the discussion, I'd say.
Okay.
There were 2 other small changes that I had made to this specific bylaw to take into account John's comments. So the first one is on page, well, if you're looking at the clean copy,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
it's on page 22. So originally, the language I had was non-residential uses that require a special permit in the underlying district shall require a special permit in the MDOD. So his question was, what about non-residential uses in the list below that are prohibited in the underlying district, such as bank, brew pub, commercial recreation in the downtown neighborhood district? So I changed the language, so now it says, non-residential uses that require a special permit or are otherwise not permitted in the underlying district shall require a special permit by the planning board in the MDOD. So instead of prohibited use, it becomes a special permit use.
Hmm.
Are you folks okay with that language?
Does that include adult uses?
No, so it's only the uses that are listed below. So in that number of 15 uses.
Mhm.
But isn't the adult use a prohibited use?
Yeah, so but what
Non-residential.
I'm saying is that only the uses 1 through 15 are allowed in the MDOD. So those are the only non-residential uses that are allowed. So of this list, if they are prohibited in the underlying district, so downtown neighborhood, for example, then they become special permit uses in the MDOD.
Okay.
Okay, any other language changes on that one?
Okay, so then there was another comment that he made. In the clean copy, well, actually, it's deleted altogether from the clean copy. So on the track changes copy, it's under buildings, number 1 on page 26. So it had to do with the building finish materials. And then it had to do with, I moved it, the curbing and the sidewalk design. So he said in his comments that you can't require improvements that are above and beyond what would typically be required in the underlying district that may render the development too expensive to build. So what I ended up doing is I shifted those design requirements If you look at the clean copy, it's on page 13. Site design standards. So I added it under outdoor lighting and I made it number 6, 7, and 8. So essentially, so that would apply to all multifamily and non-residential developments.
Okay.
Any questions about that one?
No.
Okay. So that's pretty much it. That's all I did to change over what was discussed last time.
Okay. So other than that, the only thing left is really just the map.
Yeah, everything else is pretty much just implementing what was discussed at the last meeting.
Okay.
And you do see that where it says zoning map, it says entitled with a question mark. That's because we're still trying to decide.
That's because I'm gonna ask the GIS department to create a nice fancy zoning map. So I didn't want to use my little chicken scratch zoning map for town meeting. So I figured I would put the name of that map in the warrant article.
Yep.
Okay, so why don't do you want to take it from the top and we'll go see if there's any additional comments? So then we'll go through it as a board. At the end of that, I'll open it up to public comments and then we'll do our vote, except with the exception of what we can't vote on, the MBTA one, and then decide who's covering what so we can get prepared. Sound good? Okay, and I am gonna share, I'll share, let me share my screen so that for anyone viewing, they have some context here. Let's see.
And if you folks have any particular desires on the order, I know Carrie, you and I had discussed this previously. I was thinking about putting the MBTA articles first. So kind of the order in the PowerPoint presentation that I gave last time. So that would be the order that I provided to the select board for inclusion on the warrant. So if you folks are okay with that order, then I'll just stick to that. If you want a different order, now would be the time to tell me that.
Any thoughts on order?
I think that might decide on who's doing which one, right? Because don't we usually do it that, you know, one person goes up and does their 2 or 3?
Possibly, but except that one may be whoever covers that one maybe that's once they get done with that, they'll want to sit down for a break. I really, it just makes no difference to me, whatever you guys want. Do you want any preference on order? Bill, do you have a preference on order when you say that, or that was your only concern, just when we?
No, that's my only concern is that, you know, let's go through and vote and figure out who's doing what first. And then, you know, Lori, we can give Lori an order based on that.
Okay, so can everybody see planning related warrant articles, clean copy?
Yep.
Looking at the right thing? Okay, so use variances, any additional comments from the board on this one? Okay. The rezoning of the industrial district off the southwest connector, so there's not a map yet. Anything
I only
here?
had one thing. Down under business uses, Lori, there's drive-through retail. And that one I had as a BA, but it did come through as a PB, but I don't care either way. It's under business uses trade and it says retail store, drive-through retail.
I
So right
defer
now-
to you, whatever you folks want. I'd be happy to.
I was
Sorry.
okay with it staying with the zoning, but it's up to you guys. That was the
Yeah,
only one. I went through the ones that I had talked about at the last meeting.
Yeah, I think everything else is BA. It just makes sense.
Keep it, BA. Anyone else
Yep.
anyone disagree? Oh, Millie, you're on mute there.
I thought we talked about it last time.
Yeah,
Make it
I think Lori switched them all, but there were so many like that just one, I think fell through the cracks. But I don't either way, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, that one, it's not an industrial, it's with the ZBA for every other district. It seems to make sense to keep with the ZBA.
Mhm.
All right, so that would flip.
What do we decide on the gas stations?
PB.
So that's a special permit then, not prohibited.
Right.
Did you have something there, Bill?
Nope, I'm fine with that.
I'm sorry, did you change drive-through retail to BA instead of PB?
Yes.
Okay. I'll change that.
Okay, anything else on this one? Okay, the design review section, anything new in this one? Or any questions or clarifications?
I just had a question. This is for town council. Lori, number one, where it says underline sign permit approval in the downtown business district, comma, the site plan approval. I was wondering if it should say, is it and or? Because it doesn't want to be sign permit and site plan approval. Shouldn't it be or and then or special permit?
That's
I thought
fine,
it-
I can do that. I think I meant that it's and site plan approval or a special permit with site plan approval. So it's either site plan approval or a special permit with site plan approval. It's never both of those things at the same time.
I just didn't want anyone to think it was a sign permit and site plan approval. Like, that's why I was gonna do or, because we wanted it to say site permit or site plan or special permit. I
That's
just
fine.
didn't, I just thought we could ask town council the best way to word that. I just didn't want it to come across that it had to be a site permit and site plan approval, like tied together.
I'm fine with or.
Any board thoughts on that? Seem okay? Okay. Let's see, the co-working space and maker space. Anything different on this one to add? Okay, groundwater protection overlay district.
I
Anything on
did
this?
see we got a letter today from Julianne Hirsch asking if we wanted to put it off to the town meeting in the fall to have like, I would have to go back and read her email, but it was something about, this is a pretty important, groundwater is important. And she wanted to know if we should have, was it a civil engineer or environmental engineer? Just review our groundwater bylaws, just to make sure it's doing what we want it to do and that we're not opening up some unintended consequences.
The one comment that I would make is I really don't see that there's a risk because right now they have to demonstrate to the special permit authority that they are complying with these three performance standards. So of course, really, the people who are doing that is staff. So under the new requirements, staff is still doing that. It's just not going before the special permit authority. So there has been no relaxation of those three performance standards. So the only impact is that if you are on public sewer, so and there's only 3 districts in the entire town that are affected. So that's downtown business, downtown neighborhood, and the Main Street residential. So those are the only 3 districts that have minimum lot sizes that are smaller than 20,000 square feet. So it's only in those areas where there's sewer that they won't have to adhere to the 20,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement, but they'll still have to adhere to those 3 environmental performance standards. And they'll still have to demonstrate through, submission of plans and documents that they are complying.
What if it's a non-conforming lot in Business East or Business West? Then that was under 20,000 square feet. Would it be caught?
So if they are on sewer and they meet the minimum lot size, which is, say 4,000 square feet in the downtown business district, then they still have to adhere to those performance guidelines. It doesn't matter what lot size they are, they still have to adhere if they're doing a development project. So I just don't see what the risk is. And we did already have Fred review, and he supplied you folks with a letter. And then we also received a letter from, I believe, the Water Commission,
Scott. Scott.
saying that they were okay with these changes.
I guess the last question I had was Business East and Business West, not downtown business. Because this is all commercial. Like, say there's a non-conforming lot that's under 20,000 square feet and it's not downtown business, would it get caught? Like, would this catch it?
So if they are not on sewer, then they would need a variance. So just like today, if they're not on sewer and they don't meet the 20,000 square foot requirement, then they have to go to the ZBA for a variance.
So instead of the paperwork going to the special permit granting authority, will there be a check sheet that an engineer checked this A, B, and C, and then it goes to the special permit granting authority with the site plan, or?
So right now, of course, there's the special permit granting authority.
Mhm.
So what happens is the application comes into the building inspector, and then it comes to me, and then I send it to the ZBA, and they hold the public hearing. Of course, I give them a letter. The engineer gives them a letter, whether that's Fred or somebody else. And then they decide based on the information that we supply staff. So this will still be the same situation, except it will be done internally by staff. So the building inspector is the one receiving the building permit. So, if it's a development project, then chances are they'll still have to go through site plan review with the planning board. So, there'll be that level of activity. So it's only in cases really where there is a small scale development. Like maybe, what's an example? Maybe there's even in the case of a multifamily expansion, that's a special permit from you folks. So they're going to come to you anyway. So it's a case like the personal service. So right now, we talked about this before. If you have a hair salon and you have lotions and shampoos, so right now, they have to supply a product list. They have to demonstrate that there's no hazardous or toxic materials in their shampoo, and that we have to hold a public hearing. They're going into an existing storefront, I don't really see what the risk is to the groundwater from this type of development. So they wouldn't have to go through that exercise with the ZBA and have a public hearing when we're just talking about shampoos and creams and conditioner and hair dye. And the same is true with like massage, you know, if you have a spa. So these are the people that are currently being sent to the ZBA for a groundwater special permit.
I know when we got a dentist before, they do have to go through all sorts of special things because of the blood and
Yes, so if they are a use like a gas station where they are dealing with toxic or hazardous materials, they absolutely need to go to the ZBA.
Mhm.
this was a dentist.
Yes, a dentist, they're dealing with mercury fillings. And so that would be toxic or hazardous waste.
Anything else on this one? Okay, the other groundwater bylaw. Anything on this one? This is the two-family, multifamily. Site design standards, anything on this one? Additional site design standards?
With the metal roof? Is that where you're at, or are you at the other one?
Oh, yeah, the metal shall not be used.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this
See, I
is
had-
not about roofs.
Yep, I asked because of the fire station, might do a metal roof, or they might do like a metal panel around their garage doors. I just wanted to check with Lori and Bob, so I sent an email to see if this would affect them, because I didn't want to affect them. And I asked before the meeting, and Bob and Lori did follow up and say that that wouldn't be, it wouldn't be affected. Even the flat roof on the garage for the fire station has a parapet on it, so it wouldn't, it wouldn't be affected. I just wanted to point that out because that might be a sticking point at town meeting. So I did ask to make sure they weren't affected, and I was told they weren't.
Okay. Anything on off-street parking and loading here? Okay, anything on signs?
Well, at the last design review meeting, we discussed it and we decided that we might pass over it this year because there's a lot on the zoning, and there were questions about signs last week time with the planning board. So I really don't want to go into the sign bylaw again at town meeting unless everybody's on board, because I did that 2 years ago. I did make an update to the sign bylaw if we just want to go through one or two things and change and leave out the rest of it. One of the things that was a concern was in the highway district, there's been a lot of variances because of the size of the sign. So I can share it after we go through all of these, but I was gonna leave the highway district part so they don't have to go through variances. There's also temporary signs where it's 56 days. Every other town is 30 days. And when we talked about a design review, even Bob said 56 days is a weird number to keep track of. So I was gonna leave that. I was gonna leave the highway part. And afterwards I can show my screen on what I was thinking of doing, but I definitely minimized it down to like 3 things and cut out the rest of it. And maybe in the fall, we'll go back. We're working on a sign guideline, and we can go back with one whole big package. But I know there was a discussion last meeting about awning signs, and it didn't seem like we're in agreement, so I don't really want to bring all that forth in April.
Comments from the board on that? Thoughts on pulling it, passing over?
But can I
I-
show you? There are 3 parts. I did want to include some.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say I appreciate that, Amy, because there's 1 or 2 in here that I might question voting for. So I appreciate narrowing it down to the ones that we really need at this point, and then we can review. So thank you.
Yeah, I think the rest of it has to do with the downtown revitalization. So at some point, I still want to bring it forth, but we can go through it.
You want to share something, Amy, to show what you're?
Sure, I'll show you, because since we want to finish this tonight, I want to share. And I've got to go through my all of my things. I think this is it. Okay. So I was going to leave in the first paragraph because all it was changing the number 1. Like, this isn't a numeric. It says, and are one of the most visible. So you didn't really need the number 1. That's really a housekeeping thing. I took out all of the definition changes. I took out the parts under nonconformity. The only thing I left under basic requirements was something to do with window signs, because the majority of businesses in town have window signs and they're not allowed in our bylaws right now. So I was going to leave something to do with that. The construction of maintenance, this is just to take down a sign for a business that's no longer there. Truthfully, if it's too much, I don't mind like taking it out if it seems easier. I didn't think it was a big deal, but if it cuts down on the sign bylaw and people thinks it's easier, I'll just take it out, because it's just saying if you're not in business anymore, the sign has to come down.
I think that's reasonable.
And then signs in residential, I took that out. I took out type. I didn't finish this because I was doing it this afternoon when I came to my epiphany about what to leave in. So I still have to go through this, but I was going to leave in the highway part, because that's when, right now it's at 100 square feet. So they keep going for variances. So I was changing it to 250, which is a lot of wording, but that's what this highway business district part was supposed to do. I can leave it out to the fall if people think it's too much. But it is, it has been something that keeps going to the ZBA for variances. This all has to do with the 250 feet. This is a temporary sign. It's a lot of wording, but all it was changing was the 56 days to 30. And then this is saying historic markers like we have all over town. They don't need a sign permit. I can take it out if it's too much wording. I was trying to cut down.
Can you go back to the 250 square feet? Is it that
Sure.
or 10% or?
Yep. Because if you go up to Northborough Crossing, there are a couple of stores that are really small. So 250 feet, 250 square foot sign is huge if you have like one of the smaller buildings.
Right.
But so it's 10%, and we had discussed this with Bob. Maybe Bob can speak to it, but it's 10% of the wall size. So like Wegmans wall is huge.
Yeah, right.
So it's 10% of the wall, or 250 square feet.
Okay, so no more than 10% of the wall.
Yeah.
Not to exceed. Okay, I just want to make sure I read that correctly. Or, yeah. Okay.
And then what I was going to delete out, I
Oh,
haven't yet, was
Bob,
in the.
did you have a question?
Yeah,
Oh,
I've got a
sorry,
question if I may. I know for a while there was talk about branding signs in the windows. It's like a Coca-Cola sign at a pizza shop, and the sign wasn't going to be allowed if that's not your principal thing that you're selling. Is that staying in, or have you taken that out?
I mean, I took out that sentence, but it already says that in our bylaw. And it just different it's worded differently. I'd have to go back and pull it up, but I did take out that sentence.
Okay.
That was under, I think that was under the definition area. Or basic requirements. I took out everything except saying window signs are allowed, but I didn't say what type. But it's 10% of the glass area, so I guess if they want to put a Coca-Cola on their 10%. And even if it's 10 or 15%, I mean, 10% is what was chosen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much. I can send this out to everybody.
I mean, any immediate thoughts on, I think
And
all,
all this would come out. I just left it here to say that I removed it, but all this would just be deleted.
Hmm.
Because it just says I took it out, took it out, took it out. One thing I did want to talk about, how the highway is 10% or 250. Downtown business, we had 10% or 32 square feet. But if that's too much to leave in for this one, I can take it out and we can do all of downtown business in the fall. Like I could just take this whole section out and leave it just a highway for right now. If that makes it easier. I don't want too much that gets too confusing.
well, is it all like a similar logic? We're just doing it in different districts?
Yeah.
I don't know. I lean towards, if it's the same logic, people more easily understand it than if you break it up at different times. I don't know, board thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it, go ahead.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah, I think 10%, and then, your maximum is dependent on the actual area in town. Right, so for downtown, it's 32, for Wegmans, it's 250,
Right.
because they're bigger buildings. Can you go back up for a second?
Sure.
Keep going. One more paragraph. Right there. So number 3, are you taking that out?
No, it's there right now. But I could take it out if you guys thought I had too
Oh,
much
that's,
wording in it.
so that's the one where they have to remove the sign, right?
Yeah, if they're no longer in business.
Where's
How
number
is that?
2?
How is that going to be enforced? Like, it's not Bob going down to take out the signs, right? So
No.
if they're no longer in business, who's going to take out the sign, right? Who does Bob enforce that to?
It usually goes to the property owner. A lot of the times, and this is what's been given to me from council. Whenever there's a zoning violation, we go to the owner and not necessarily the tenant.
Okay.
Okay. I thought we had something in the existing sign bylaw that says signs that are obsolete. Which is covered under, somebody closed the business and left. So, this does a little bit better job of explaining it, but I think we actually had the intent of the bylaw already stated. But it does give, more clear direction that, with it been more than 30 days, I can go after the owner of the property and have it cleaned up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so overall, is there anything in here that, I mean, it seems like it's a nice scale down with some key elements and the rest we can leave for fall. Does that sound okay with everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like that stuff will come out and I can send the updated to Lori and Bob and the rest of the board.
Okay, that sounds great.
I'm unclear as to whether you're leaving the highway business district in or whether you're taking it out.
I was leaving it in.
Okay, and how about residential districts?
I took
Signs in business districts, are all of them staying in or just the highway ones?
We left in the business and the highway, but I did take out the residential one. So there was no heartache.
Okay,
I can
so you're
send you.
leaving in G in its entirety?
Yeah. Let me see.
So it's a,
I have to find what G is. It's not on this piece of paper.
yeah, so if you look at the clean copy, it's the bottom page 16s. So it signs in business districts. And then it goes through A, downtown business district, B,
Yep.
business east, business west, business south, C, highway business district, and then H is signs in industrial district.
I took out everything that had to do with industrial. That came out because I wasn't gonna make any changes. Because I took out the top part where we made changes to basic requirements. So industrial isn't on here anymore. There were changes to G. Because remember I had only 2 of certain signs. I left it with the old signs, the freestanding, the wall signs, and the directory signs. Because we took out the definitions, I took out awning signs and the other sign. So this is going back to the original bylaw, but it just dealt with the sizes. So
Yeah,
in,
I'm definitely gonna need you to send this to me because
Oh,
this
yeah.
is a big departure over what we've been
right,
talking about.
I pulled a lot out. So what I did is left the sizes for downtown and the sizes for highway, but took everything else out. Anything that had a lot of the new stuff.
Okay, so it sounds like the board is okay with these changes. Lori, you're gonna send these to Lori so she can kind of see what remains of this bylaw. So that'll be shortened up quite a bit.
Yep.
And I think it's a shame not to go forward with like the sandwich board sign and the projecting sign. I mean, we spent a lot of time on that.
I know.
Hours and hours.
I want to do it. I still want to go forward in the fall, but I felt there was a little bit of heartache at the last planning board meeting. And, even when Rick Leaf came in to speak, he talked about supporting the MBTA, but he didn't say that they supported the sign bylaw. So I don't want to go to town meeting, and I'd rather get everybody on board. I
Well,
agree.
okay, I mean, the definitions though, are they that? I don't know what heartache, I don't remember heartache on these, on the banner, flag, yeah, gasoline camp. Any of the definitions, were there things going on? This is these right here?
I just took it out to make it shorter. I don't know. I didn't think they made or break it, but there's a flag in there, the flag versus the banner. People get upset when you talk about the flag. So I was trying to,
But there's
I thought,
definition here, doesn't really,
right.
can't argue with the definition. I don't know.
I thought the main thing was to stick with making the highway business bigger, because that was the problem with the ZBA, changing the temporary from 56 to 30. I thought that was the main point.
Is there, okay, so Lori, is there a reason other than just the amount of time spent that you think these definitions would be valuable to keep? Or is it simply a matter of just spending the time?
I just think that if you're gonna go into that section, you should go into it all the way or not at all. Because I think it's just gonna be confusing to do it in a piecemeal fashion. I'm talking about that section G.
Signs in the business district?
Right, so you can see that we added projecting sign and sandwich board signs. And, you know, and then we said that you're only allowed these 2 different types of signs. I think it'd be easier, I mean, if you want to wait until the fall to do it, that's fine. I'd just wait to the fall to do all of it. Or I'd go and do all of it right now. instead of just splitting it in half.
Any thoughts on that from you? Why you wanted to split it?
I just thought half was less confusing versus someone having issues with part of it and throwing the whole thing out. I just,
So Lori, I guess for context for you, what we see every time we present this is people get really worked up, and then the whole thing fails because we seem to not be able to like get amendments on the floor in a way that helps pass this. So whenever we bring up something super long, it usually it seems to fail over the last couple of years. Did we bring one last year or no? Was it your first
No.
town meeting last year, Lori, or the year
It
before?
was 2 years ago.
So you remember the first
I
one?
guess my suggestion is just to not do any of G at all at this point. If you want to wait until the fall, we just tackle G all together in the fall.
Do you want to just pull it all together, Amy, or are there things you thought were important that needed to go now?
I mean, I just thought the highway district because they had to keep going for variances, but maybe they're all done up there. That was the main point. But then in the fall, we're going for the whole thing too, so it's just gonna. I thought the 30 days versus 56 for temporary was an easy one. I thought adding window signs in was easy. I don't know. I was trying to make it easier by breaking it down into two.
Board thoughts on all at once or separate?
I think, I don't think it's a big deal to pull out. I understand what Lori's point is to some degree, but I think there's some easy parts of G that should be able to be tackled. I mean, I do think that sometimes when we bring stuff forward, we've been looking at it for, hours and hours, and then other people are just afraid to accept something that they really haven't wrapped their heads around, and I understand that.
Yeah.
One of my concerns is like corner businesses that are on two street corners.
Mhm.
So if we go forward with the wall sign, right now they're allowed to have two wall signs. So they're able to have a wall sign on each street frontage. But if we just go forward with B, but we don't go forward with projecting sign, then you're gonna have a street frontage with no sign on it.
Yeah,
And that's problematic.
yeah.
So the idea here was that one of the street frontages would have a projecting sign and then the other one would have a wall sign. But if you're not going forward with projecting, then
Mm-hmm.
that's not gonna happen.
Okay, so pull it all or do the fall or partial? Board thoughts?
Having been through a couple of these, both as a resident and on the planning board, if you put too much in here, each person will find one thing wrong with it and vote no, even
Mhm.
though they like the rest of it. And it's happened time and time again. I remember a lighting sign come up where there was a calculation as to what the lumen should be on the light, and it just confused everyone to the point that nobody voted for it
Mm-hmm.
because they were confused. The more you put into these, you get diminished returns on your 2/3 vote that's required. We barely make 2/3 votes on most of our zoning changes anyways. You get a 10-person swing can mean the difference between passing it and not passing it.
How about Lori? We don't cross out the 2 or more wall signs until we go forward with the projecting. So we leave it in, but also where it says 2 or more wall signs, we don't cross that out. Like right now I see it's crossed out. And it must have been because of the projecting sign. but
Mhm.
maybe we don't cross it out until we go forward with the projecting sign. So this town meeting will be, just the sizes and the couple other little things. And then the next fall, we can go forward with the downtown revitalization with the projecting signs or the awning signs. And then we can tackle all that as a separate.
Well, that would certainly eliminate that problem that I mentioned.
Yeah.
So that would be
So
good.
because I didn't remember we crossed that out because of the projecting sign. So yeah, so if you want to not cross that out anymore, and we'll just leave it.
Okay,
God
so
help me, I don't want to do it twice in 1 year.
well, but we don't cross that out, so we don't have that problem. We're not really giving a hardship to anybody. And then we go with the small piece that everyone just looked at, and then we'll come back around with the rest in the fall. It's only 5 or 6 months later, so it's not a huge stretch.
Yep.
And at least we get a couple of pieces that are our easiest pieces out of the way, and we don't sink the whole thing. We don't lose
Right.
it by trying to get everything. Okay, sound good?
Mhm.
I'll be a pro by fall.
What?
Yeah.
I'll be a pro at signs by fall.
You already are. I think you have it
Yeah.
memorized by now. Okay. Multifamily development overlay district. I think we already covered the changes in this one. So that, and we have that, here's that 10% here where we're updating to 15. Let's see. The big, oh, is that the end? What am I missing? That's it. Okay. And I saw some back and forth about the RV bylaw. Is that in or out, or what's happening with that one? Bob, are you pushing that forward, or no RV bylaw?
I don't think we have time to get it in for this particular meeting.
Okay.
The one complaint that I did have is a spite complaint.
Oh, I see.
Um,
Mhm.
yeah, so I'm not gonna give it a whole lot of credence, but 33 feet is kind of weird. The other thing is 33 feet, you look at travel trailers, some manufacturers look at the size of the trailers from the inside dimensions. Some look at the box, and then some manufacturers look at what's called bumper to ball,
Mhm.
which is the entire overall length, including the A-frame for the hitch and the
Hmm.
bumper in the back. So I think if you were to, make those changes or come up with some sort of a size, probably a little time, and it's probably best to come up at the fall meeting.
Okay.
Carrie, I didn't see use variances on there.
Oh, it was the first one. It was the first one on there.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Do you have a comment for it, Bill? Did you want to?
Nope. Nope, I just didn't remember going through it, that's all.
Okay. Let's see. So why don't I want to open up, so what we'll do is open up public comment, and then we'll hear what the public has to say, then we'll go back and do our votes on the ones that we actually can, see who wants to cover what, if we want to change the order, and then we'll move on. We'll have to figure out when to continue, and we're going to need a date and a time to continue too, right? If we want to continue. Amy, you have something?
And when do we pick the MBTA map? Like, we'll still have to do that right after Judy's stuff comes in?
Yeah, so right now it is what you've already picked. So the only time that would change is if there's so much excluded land that you have to choose additional land because you're under the 50 acres.
Yeah, I was hoping to see Judy's analysis because I was thinking with all the articles coming out with the towns pushing back on the MBT bylaw, I was thinking 5 acres at Harvey is too much. Like, I definitely don't want to add more acres to Harvey, but I was almost thinking of going down to 2 acres of Harvey, and that's 30 units. Because I'm afraid of it failing at town meeting. Like, I would rather start slow and go in slowly than have it fail.
We only have 2 acres to play with, so I don't think that's possible to really go down.
But it is, because you could add in that whole parcel on Whitney Street that's 9 or 10 acres and they're already multifamily units, those were built as senior housing and they didn't sell them that way. So they ended up just doing a whole bunch of multifamily housing there. And I wouldn't mind putting the MBTA bylaw there. It's an extra 9.5 acres just to keep us safe and above the 50. But I really think if there's, from what I'm hearing, if there's 5 acres that allows 75 units, I'm already hearing pushback of why aren't you guys just saying no like the other towns? So I'm afraid if we have too many, it will get voted down. So I was hoping Judy would have her analysis and I was gonna suggest going down to 2 acres on Harvey.
Is Judy presenting when she, are we just receiving the analysis or she's coming and presenting?
We'll just receive it.
Oh, okay. All right, well, let's see what Judy has for hers and where we stand and where our acres are, and then see what we want to go forward with.
When's the latest to add it into the warrant? Like the map, like,
They will take modifications up to the time that they have to go out to print.
Oh, when does it
So
go?
as long as we submit the article, they will accept a modification. They won't accept a brand new article unless, of course, it's a petition article.
do we know when they go to print?
I know.
But it's not March 11th.
No, March 11th is when they close the warrant. So that is when the deadline is for petition articles. So should a petition article be received by that date, we have to hold a public hearing for it.
Okay.
Okay, any public comments at this time? All right, I have Fran Backstrand. Hi, Fran, just your name and address.
Terry Fran Backstrand at 76 Cedar Hill Road. All right, well, I'm going to try to do this in the order that you had the slides, because a couple things. On the groundwater bylaw for the downtown, I think it really is important if we're going to revitalize the downtown to allow development on those little 4,000 square foot lots and not put it as few barriers as possible on somebody who wants to develop them within the downtown area. Groundwater 3 is not even a state requirement. It's the lowest level of groundwater protection. If they're going into the sewer, they're not going to affect the groundwater. So I hope you do continue to move forward with that article as you have it written. I have a question on the site design bylaw when it says about no flat roofs, and I get really confused. I think we have to say like the same thing in every business district. We can't just say not downtown. I think that's the reason why it's across all the businesses. But like on Route 9, where you have the car dealerships and stuff, they have flat roofs. I mean, are we really gonna like not allow somebody to develop up in the highway with a flat roof? But I think the way I hear it is if we say in business districts, we have to say in business districts, but I'm not positive.
So 1 second on
So-
that, Fran. Is it only a district, that one? The sign, the standard, the flat roof? Was that just the business districts?
Business districts, I don't know.
I have to look it up again, but most of those put up parapets so you can't
Okay.
see the mechanicals on the roof. Like I'd
Okay.
have to look at Lexus, but
Yeah.
a lot of times they don't want you to see all their mechanical systems
Sure.
up on the roof.
Okay, it was just, I happened to be on Route 9 twice today and I looked even through Westboro. All the dealerships have very modern style glass and non-brick traditional buildings. So maybe a little nervous that we might be deterring development, but that makes sense what you just said, Amy. The whole sign thing, I wish I had an answer, but I will say 2 things. One, simple is better, to Bill's point. One little thing could tweak somebody the wrong way and then all of a sudden it spirals out of control. But the 10%, I thought that was about window signs, not signs in general. So when you look up at Northborough Crossing, many of those buildings don't have window signs. They just have the big brand, the Marshalls and the TJ Maxx. And I don't even know what the calculations would be, whether 250 feet or 10%, whichever is smaller. I thought when you were talking window signs and 10%, you were talking actually the window fronts of buildings, so as to not be filled up with a lot of paper crap. So if you could just.
Sure,
Sorry.
we did both. So the window signs were 10%, but also when we talked about up at Northborough Crossing, it was 10% of the whole facade or 250 feet. And when we talked about it, I mean, Bob, you were there too, and we thought, I mean, for those big, like a Wegmans building, 10% of their front facade is going to be at least 250 feet. Like, we didn't think it was, we came upon that number because if you have because a lot of towns do it the same way, it's 10% or a certain size. But if you have a really small business, you don't want a really huge sign. So the way to fix that is to have a percentage. Plus
Okay,
the max.
I mean, it did come before the zoning board several times and it was very confusing. So if this is going to prevent that, I'm fine with it. I just didn't understand that that's what you were referring to with the 10%. And then, let's see, okay.
Do you think, Bob, do you think that's gonna be, I mean, we did talk about a design review for like hours and 10% of the whole facade of the front seemed like it was gonna be a pretty big sign.
Well, if I remember right, 10% was just an agreed upon number. And I think it was based upon your research that you've done in other towns.
Mm-hmm. We could take a building and check it out. Like, do you think it would be
Okay, and then the last thing is on the MBTA. At your last meeting, actually seemed to be more interested in the true spirit of the law, not just finding spaces on the map that probably are not going to be developed or are already developed so as to meet the criteria without the spirit of the law. I talk to people also. I don't know that people want us to just pick lots that are already been developed with no opportunity as opposed to risk of development. And Amy and I have differing opinions, and there are many people out there that have similar to each of ours, but you can't have a downtown that's vital if you don't have walkability. And the 761 residents that live within a half mile of our downtown are not going to support the businesses in a way in which it will be revitalized. So, I mean, try to find some middle ground, but actually have developable property so that we can have some new growth in the downtown area. And that's it. Until town meeting.
Yes, thanks, Fran, great points. Okay, other comments? Okay, I don't see any other comments at this time, so what we'll do is we'll go back, do a quick planning board vote. And I think I have to remember the language for this one. Is the language the planning, is this this is an official vote? The planning board votes in favor of putting it forward to town meeting? I think that's the vote.
Yes, so you're recommending to proceed with the articles at town meeting and whatever your recommendation is at town meeting.
Okay. So, well, the recommendation to proceed to town meeting would imply that we support. Okay. So it's not too separate. Okay, so let's start with use variances. I'm going to share my screen again here. Okay, use variances. Is there a motion to recommend that we proceed with sending this article, no, is there? Hold on,
Yeah, placing it on the warrant.
okay. Okay, is there a motion to make a recommendation to place this on the warrant for annual town meeting 2024?
So moved.
Second,
Second,
all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Bill,
aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
and carries an aye. Okay, so this is unanimous, and I assume I'm covering this one.
I already had your name written on it.
All right, next we have the, oh, I have them in different order on the agenda, but that's okay. Okay, is there do I have to do this separately? The rezoning has the map, but also,
Yes, those will be separate articles.
okay. Is there a motion to recommend placement of the article for zoning map, rezoning industrial district off Southwest Connector at annual town meeting 2024?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
Aye. Oh,
all right, Millie,
aye.
Amy,
Aye.
carries an aye. Okay, now this one you'd obviously go with the next one. Do I have that right, or am I in two separate ones now? Hold on. Nope, this is the next one's a separate one. Design review. Okay, anyone want to I guess, anyone want to cover this one?
The rezoning industrial,
Yes.
I'll take that one.
So do you think those would go together, rezone the industrial, like with the table and the map? Is that all one? Lori?
Whoever is presenting the map should also do the warrant article changes, the zoning changes.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So we have this next one then. So we have the map and then we actually have the zoning. So then is there a motion to recommend placing zoning bylaw section 73060, design review, section 704010, classification of districts, section 705030, table of uses, table 1, part B, commercial and industrial districts, section 706020, table 2, table of density and dimensional regulation, section 709020, site design standards, section 709030, off-street parking and loading, section 709040, sign, section 707030, major commercial development overlay district on the warrant for the annual town meeting 2024.
So moved.
Second,
Second,
Anthony,
Aye.
Bill,
aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
carries an aye. So Millie, you would by default cover this one as well?
Yep.
Okay. Do this. Oops. Okay. Is there a motion to recommend zoning bylaw section 703060, design review for placement on the warrant for town meeting 2024?
I just have a question. For one, Lori's gonna update to or, but I think down in F of this, since the sign bylaw was cut off, I think we have to take out projecting or awning because they're not gonna be as part of the bylaw now in the downtown business.
It's
Any-
F.
So I think we have to cross out the projecting and the awning sign.
Oh, yep. Do you see
If they
this?
don't. Has to just be updated.
Lori, do you think we need to take these out or can we leave them? And then,
They should come out.
okay, so we're gonna have to remove projecting and awning. So then is there a motion to recommend zoning bylaw section 703060 design review as amended to the warrant for town meeting 2024?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Anthony?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Billy?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Anyone want to cover this one?
Should I take it since it's design review?
Sure. Okay, let's see. This one is commercial and industrial district. Oh, okay. Is there a motion to recommend zoning bylaw section 705020 classification of uses and section 705030 table 1 table of uses part B commercial and industrial districts to the warrant for town meeting in 2024?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Bill,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
Ellie,
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Carries an eye. Does anyone want this one? This is a fun one. Anthony, you like the fun ones. You want a fun one?
Sure.
I want to hold out and give Bill a doozy.
I'll take MBTA. I'm
Oh,
up for it.
all right. Let's see. Okay, here are the groundwaters. So first, is there a motion to recommend zoning bylaw section 707010 groundwater protection overlay district to the warrant for town meeting 2024?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Amy?
I might abstain from this one.
Okay.
I don't know.
Millie, I'm sorry, did you give a vote?
I did. Aye.
Sorry, aye. Amy, you're abstaining?
Yeah.
Okay, and carries an aye. Does anyone want to present this one? So wait, this is a 4 yes, 1 abstain. Let me make sure that's the right one. That was, okay. Does anyone want to cover this one?
I will.
Anthony? All right, is there a motion to recommend zoning bylaw section 707010 groundwater protection overlay district? This is the single family, two-family, multi-family, I'm sorry, adding two-family, multifamily to the town warrant to the warrant for town meeting 2024?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
Billy,
Aye.
Amy?
Abstain.
Carries an aye, so same for this one, 4 yes, 1 abstain. Anthony, do you want to take this one too, just to keep it all together?
Sure.
Okay. All right, site design standards. So I just want to check. Amy, you're gonna have a slew, I assume, if you're gonna stick with the design standards. And then Bill, if Bill takes the multifamily overlay district, I'm just looking to see. Millie, do you feel like you want to cover any, do you want to switch any, or you're happy with what you're covering, Millie? I don't want you to feel left out.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm happy to cover whatever if there's a need for more to be covered.
Okay. All right, so just going back here, groundwater. Okay, site design standards. Is there a motion to recommend zoning bylaw section 709020 site design standards to the warrant for town meeting 2024?
So moved.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Millie,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Amy, do you want to cover these? Or
Sure.
do you-
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah.
Okay, then we also have The next quick one, is there a motion to recommend zoning bylaw section 709020 site design standards to the warrant for town meeting 2024?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second,
Second,
all in favor, Millie,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
Bill,
aye.
Amy,
Aye.
carries an aye. Amy, you're gonna do this one then?
Yep.
Okay, so what is this? Off-street parking and loading? I mean, do you feel like we're giving you too much, Amy? Do you mind, or?
No, I don't mind.
'Cause a lot of these are kind of just linked anyway. Well, not really, I guess, to signs. Okay, is there a recommendation, I'm sorry, motion to recommend zoning bylaw section 709030 off-street parking and loading to the town warrant, to the warrant for town meeting 2024?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
Second.
Millie,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
carries an aye.
So I'll do this one.
Unless someone else really wants to slide in for a minute.
Which one is that one?
It's off-street parking and loading, so Amy's gonna be on a roll, so you can
Yeah.
either,
I can relieve her.
okay. So Millie's gonna come in for off-street parking and loading,
Okay.
so you can sit down for a second before your grand finale.
Right. I might run away by that point.
Okay. All right, now, this is gonna be as amended, so is there a motion to recommend zoning bylaw section 709040 signs as amended to the warrant at annual town meeting 2024?
So moved.
Second,
Second,
all in favor, Millie,
Aye.
Anthony,
Aye.
Bill,
aye.
Amy,
Aye.
carries an aye, so Amy, you're gonna come back for signs?
Yeah, I just have a quick question for Bob while we're here.
Sure.
Bob. Do you have the size of the facades up at Northborough Crossing? Like, is there any way I can know the size of the facade so I can figure out if 10% is enough?
I do not. One of
Is
the
there-
things that they're gonna have to do when the sign companies come to me is they're gonna actually have to go out and measure the existing facade.
There's
and
no
give-
building layout like that shows the square footage?
No. No, we might have an elevation, but you're not likely to have dimensions on it.
Okay. If you can email me the site plan for that, I'm gonna try to look through it.
The what?
The site plan?
I don't have it. It would be down in planning. And even with the site plan for something like that, you're not gonna see dimensions on the elevations.
I was gonna try to figure it out. If I had the footprint size and then the elevations, I'd know the height and the width.
Amy, we would have it for the most recent applications that got variances.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if I could just see a couple of those, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so it seems like we won't be able to vote on the zoning map, but do we feel like we can vote on the bylaw itself, or or do we actually need the maps to then vote on the bylaws? I mean, sorry, yes, that's right, that's what I mean to say. Does the board want to wait till we have it all? We'll do it as one big package? Okay, so we'll do it as a package, but either way, Bill, this is your time to shine for this overlay district.
Okay,
The map and this one, so.
Yep.
Based on who's covering what, so far it makes sense, I guess, to, move the multifamily development overlay to the first one. Now, is parking and loading linked to the bylaws around it, or can we move parking and loading, off-street parking and loading to, where Millie's speaking earlier in the night? Does this matter a whole lot, this section?
I don't think it seems to be related to much of anything.
So I would, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say poor Millie's gonna have a lot, but if it's easier for her to do it all at once versus
Okay, well, Millie, what would you prefer? Do you want to like wait to come back at the end? Does it matter to you if you're up there for a couple? You want to do your thing and then come back in? What would you tell me?
Honestly, it doesn't matter to me. I might as well stay up.
You might bring it up, like bring it closer to the top and do it all in one shot.
Yeah.
Okay, so then, Lori, order wise, it looks like we'd switch MBTA up to the very top. Then we'd bring up the one Millie's doing, which will go alongside the rezoning industrial. So she'd cover the rezoning of industrial, go through the use map. Oh, it's gonna be a lot, Millie. You'll be okay though. And then, the parking one would come after that, before we scoot into design review. Amy, do you want to bring all of yours together? Do you want to pull your design review down by where you're already presenting?
Sure, I'll put them all together.
Okay, so Lori, are you following along with my logic here?
And
Okay, so we'll move design review down to where Amy's presenting. Then we have commercial and industrial is Anthony. I think from there you go into the groundwater, so that's perfect. Amy,
so is the groundwater, the co-working and the makerspace number 6? That's Anthony.
yeah, Anthony, yep, Anthony's covering the groundwaters and the
Okay, so I do groundwater is number 7 and 8. Okay,
and
and
then
then all of Amy's together.
yep, so Amy just needs to pull down the design review into her section. Did I miss
So
that?
design review will be 9.
Yep,
Site design standards will be 10 and 11.
yep. Now,
And
off-
then
this one, off-street
signs will be
parking,
12.
yeah, you got it, that's right. So then this is going back up to Millie, off-street parking and loading. And then,
And then use variance is 13.
oh, you're putting me at the end?
Unless you want to be at the front.
You can be in the middle before me, like it can be Bill, Millie, you,
Yeah,
me.
go right after MBTA.
Where do you want to go, Carrie?
I don't know, Lori surprised me. Dealer's-
I figured I'd put the most controversial one at the end because then maybe they'd be tired.
Yep.
Oh, actually, Lori, one of the things a lot of times we go to the next day. And when that happens, a lot of people don't come back for that second day. A lot of people who would vote yes don't come back for that second day. So usually it's better to put the controversial ones up front.
Okay. Do you want to go behind MBTA then?
Sure, whatever you think.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay. Okay, I think that's everything. So, we need to continue the public hearing. I'm gonna stop sharing. Did I get everything? I think I did. So we're gonna have to continue the public hearing to a specific date and time. Now our next meeting is the schedule for the 19th. I will not be here on the 19th, but you can obviously all meet without me. So do you want me to just continue to the 19th at 6 p.m.?
Do we have anything? Or can we just wait?
No. No, we don't have anything.
So I say we don't meet without Carrie, and then we have our little executive session meeting whenever we hear back.
Do you want to try? Oh, but tonight we have to pick a date and a time. We could continue it. We could pick a date and a time, and then if we pick a date and time, Lori, and then have to continue it, we have to call the meeting to order to continue it. So it'd have to be a quick,
Correct.
we just need a quorum. So only 3 of us would have to come to do that, to continue.
Well, can we just, since this is a public hearing for the zoning, can we just continue to April, or are they gonna be just sending it out to print?
So I anticipate Judy Barrett's analysis to come soon. So we're not going to be able to finalize I definitely want you to meet before we have to go out to print.
You, so the question would be, our only option after that is April 2nd. So we'd have to find out if the town goes to print prior to April 2nd.
I feel safer if you went with March 19th. Even if we just have to meet to select a firmer date.
Should we pick a meeting when you can be here, Carrie? And that way, because we've done so much on the MBTA. Like, I'd hate to have you miss it. Like, we could meet the 25th. If you can. Those dates that we threw around.
Yeah, if we think then would be the time when we'd have a possible session that night, then that's fine with me. I don't know, Lori. The only problem is we talked about that as a Board of Selectmen night, so we'd have problems with cable. Originally, if it was just executive session, that's okay, but if it's a meeting, we may not have cable.
How about the 13th? I know it's like next Wednesday, so it's like 10 days away.
We
But-
can't do Wednesdays.
Oh. The
Uh,
14th?
Or the 27th. Oh, you said you can't do Wednesdays.
How about the 14th? It's close to the 19th and it's before you aren't here, Carrie, but maybe will Judy verify be ready by then? And that way we don't miss the printing of the warrant either.
I mean, really, that's only 2 business days prior to when she would have had to have it on the 19th. If that's possible. No, Millie, you can't do that?
I don't think I can do the 14th.
Okay.
Can we do Thursdays? What about the 21st?
MPIC.
MPIC.
Oh, and PIC.
We can't do the 20th. You can't do Lori. Oh no, Carrie, you can't do the 20th either.
I can't, no. The I could do what about the 28th? I mean, that's getting so close to April 2nd anyway. I don't know if it's helpful. Well, first of all, nobody's gonna be doing anything on the 29th. It's Good Friday. So the 28th is probably just the same as the 2nd at that point.
I wonder if the 25th is safer, even though it's the selectmen's meeting, isn't there someone else that can run it? The meeting?
I'm not sure. Well, what we could do is, if there's no time on, what's today? So there's next week, you said the 12th, she won't have it by then. Millie can't do the 14th, Lori can't do Wednesdays. So it seems like maybe if we just continue it to the 19th, and then if at least 3 of us can get together, we can always continue it to a different day if we need to, and maybe we'll know by then when the warrant gets printed.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll keep our regular schedule. And then, so is there a motion to continue the public hearing for the purpose of seeking public opinion on the proposed amendments to the zoning map on the sections of the Northborough zoning bylaw, chapter 7, as listed in tonight's agenda, to March 19th at 6 p.m.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, Bill,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Millie,
Aye.
Anthony?
You're muted.
I love his reaction.
I,
And Gary's muted. Okay, so we'll continue that hearing until then. Okay, what I'd like to do, I know we have a couple of candidates interviewing tonight for the Finance Committee, the Planning Board appointment to the Finance Committee, so I just want to jump to that. I know we have Harrington Lane as well, but I don't want to I know these candidates have been waiting for a long time, so I want to make sure we get to that before they fall asleep. So on the agenda, I have discuss appointment to Financial Planning Committee. Amy, you are no longer a candidate.
I am not.
Okay, so why don't we move to Jeff Knight? Jeff, I'm going to move you in to the meeting here. Hi Jeff, how are you?
Good, thanks. Am I on? Let me,
You are, yep, if you want to be on.
oh, you
audio.
can, okay, great. Okay. That was,
We can't see you, so it's okay if you don't want to be seen, but if you just.
I was trying to do that. I'm just trying to see, and normally I'm a Zoom, like Zoom master, but this is a different format. Let me see if I can figure this out. Like there's no control at all for camera, which is really weird.
That is kind of weird. Okay. Well,
Okay, well, let's just assume I'm incredibly good looking.
Okay. We'll pretend you're not really in your pajamas.
That's
Sure.
right.
Okay, great. Well, why don't we have a, thank you for submitting your activity form, and I know you submitted a resume as well, but if you wouldn't mind just starting, maybe talking a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in this position, and maybe we'll start there.
Sure. I mean, it's funny. My wife sent me the when she saw this because she knew I'd be interested. We've been in the town for almost 8 years now, and other than doing some things with the school, we haven't really, well, my wife was on a committee for 3 years, but I have not been really active in the town. I've been, besides my full-time job as an attorney, I also have been a Division I college football referee for years, and I retired last January. So now that I have a little bit of spare time, I really wanted to kind of get more active in the town, and this is up my alley. And so I thought this was a really good fit for me. I've been a tax lawyer for about 15 years. And so this sounded really interesting.
Okay, great. So this particular committee you are interested in, it sounds like you just wanted to get involved. Anything in particular about the finance committee, or just sort of seemed like a
Well,
good
it's interesting. I've been to town meeting, which was as someone who's a transplant to New England, that was a really kind of cool, unique experience, because it's a very New England thing to have town meeting. And having gone, I remember because before I went to law school, I was a police officer for a long time, and I was always in municipalities. I worked for 2 different towns, and in one of them, I was also the police union chapter president, and I worked with the chief in his office on the budget every year. And I remember being really impressed because it was we were going through some new vehicles the town was purchasing, and everything was done in cash. And I was so surprised by that, because in the towns I worked for, it was all debt service. And I thought, wow, the town is really good about being fiscally responsible and very careful with their money. So I was impressed from the beginning with the way that Northborough was kind of, being somewhat conservative with its finances. And I just remember thinking that was something I've never seen before in the other towns I've lived in or worked for. So, but yeah, I think it's it's a really important responsibility to kind of plan for the future while also taking care of the present. It's not always easy. It means a lot of balancing priorities, and things are constantly changing, and you have to kind of always have that eye to tomorrow, even though you're dealing with today. And that's what I do actually in my job. That's pretty much what I do in senior leadership with the chief counsel for the IRS. So I'm very familiar with this kind of approach.
Great. Okay, board members, do you have questions for Jeff?
Truthfully, my question was going to be about town meeting, because the financial planning committee meets leading up to town meeting. So they meet tomorrow. I know if you're appointed, could you meet tomorrow and a whole bunch of times leading up to town meeting?
I could, yes.
Okay. And as of right now, the financial planning board actually sits at the front of town meeting, so they have to attend the meeting. But you said you've already gone to town meeting?
Yes, I was planning on that regardless. So that's also not a problem.
Okay, other questions from the board?
I see a hand.
Yeah. So, hi, Jeff.
Hi.
So You know, you mentioned about not the town not having debt service, and while that's great, it is unusual, and that factor is now rearing its head, if you will, where now we need a new fire station, now we need a new town hall. Very soon, we're probably going to need a new police station, right? So what are your thoughts on those major projects that are probably in the pipeline in the next, I don't know, 10, 15 years?
Sure. Yeah. It's funny. It's not that having debt service is a negative by itself. It was more because the town that I worked for was borrowed to the hilt, to the point where it was just constantly strapped. So if the town had any kind of emergency come up, the answer almost had to be some kind of revenue generating move, whether it was bonds, whether it was raising the real estate taxes, whether they just had no wiggle room at all. And so I don't think using debt to the town's advantage is necessarily inherently bad. I just think it has to be having kind of that the debt to revenue ratio under control, and also having a foreseeable, doing it with an intended purpose, with a foreseeable end. Because with the town I'm talking about, it was constant. It was rolling. It was revolving. It was never ending, and it was never a plan to get out of it. It was just, in my opinion, it was just kind of risky planning or lack of planning that led to that. But they really had difficulties in pivoting and responding to any kind of unforeseen circumstance, because they were just financed far beyond they could afford to be.
Okay, thank you.
Was that
Mike-
something, were you a member on any of the boards or committees, or were you just as a resident of the town?
I was a police officer, but I represented all the officers, police association. So I partnered with the police chief on doing the annual budget proposal to the town each year. We did it jointly so that it would kind of have a unified backing when we went to the town administrator and to the to the town council.
Okay.
Sometimes we work in silos a little bit, and part of that is we're all busy and a lot of us are volunteers. But as the rep of the planning board, what are some things that you think you could do to help, bridge the gap a little bit? We don't hear a whole lot back and forth. When we talk about our plans and things we're looking at, some of the things we decide, such as the MBTA bylaw, has a lot of financial implications in town. So any thoughts on like how you can make sure there's some sort of bridge between the planning board and financial planning?
I'm walking into this not knowing a whole lot about the relationships. And so I don't know that I'm really qualified to even have any idea yet, but I think I'd have to really kind of meet who all the players are and how everyone interacts. But I think building coalitions is a very important skill. So it's something I work on every day in my professional career, and being able to kind of find commonality and keep your eye on the goals, and you kind of sometimes it's a little give and take, but you can't get a whole lot done if everything is ultimatums or everything, or you're kind of just sticking your neck out on your own. So I think that building those relationships is important. I just don't know yet who does what in Northborough, so I don't know. But yeah, it's like this is what I do for a living, and so I think I'll once I kind of get my feet wet and get to know who is who and who does what, I think yes, that because I think the most important thing is that you cannot take your eyes off 5 years and 10 years and 15 years down the road while you're dealing with 2025.
And then how do you handle difficult decisions? So, you mentioned you're a police officer, so it may be hard for you to, when you see the price tag of the fire station, feel, and don't mean to put words or opinion in your mouth, maybe you wouldn't feel this way, but, want to pay for a fire station, or maybe you have kids in the school, so you want to pay for school stuff. How do you maintain fiscal responsibility while, kind of balancing, maybe your personal preferences?
Sure. Well, I mean, first, I've not been a police officer now for a long time. I did that before I finished law school, but no, I make difficult decisions every single day. I'm responsible in the IRS Office of Chief Counsel. I'm responsible for, I'm the deputy area counsel. Myself and the area counsel have all of the northeastern states, New York, New Jersey, all of New England, and we're responsible for the entire litigation program for the IRS, and also all the advice to collection, bankruptcy, insolvency, all of those facets of IRS operations. So we're managing millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars in budgeting, and we're making tough decisions all the time. So it's, sometimes you just have to do what you have to do, and you can't be everybody's best friend, and you can't make everybody happy. But I think what you have to do is you have to kind of leverage risk, and you have to make what the decision is best for the organization. And it's not always what's best for me personally, but it's what's best for the organization that always comes first.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I don't think I have any additional questions. Is there anything that we can help to answer, or?
Well, I was going to ask essentially whether the time commitment is something that is, does it kind of go in fits where it's some parts of the year are busier than others, which I think I got the answer from Amy that this particular time of year is kind of crunch time, and it might be busier other times of year, maybe not so much. I'm just curious as to what that the kind of the time commitment throughout the year, if it changes or if it's a pretty constant.
Amy, you have that information?
I almost ran, so I did look up last year. I started reading the minutes, and they met about 5 times last year, starting in January up until town meeting. This year, they're getting a late start because they didn't have enough members. I think they've met once already, and they're meeting tomorrow night. I would think they usually stop after town meeting, but this year we're having a second town meeting with the fire station in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they'll meet all the time, but I bet there'll be a couple. I'm just guessing because I'm not on it.
Sure.
This is just from looking at the minutes, but I bet they might have a couple meetings before the fall town meeting too.
Okay. No,
Yeah,
all that
that's
sounds
good.
really reasonable. I just wasn't sure if it's something that is 12 months of the year, you're meeting every month, that kind of, like, I wasn't sure what the cycle is, but it sounds like I get the picture. So
Yeah, in
no.
the past I noticed January through April, through the end of April.
Okay, great.
Okay, well, Jeff, if there's nothing further, really appreciate you coming forward. What we'll do is finish our interviews, and then probably we have a couple of things to get through on the agenda tonight, and then we'll just kind of deliberate a little bit and make an appointment. You don't have to stay on through the whole thing if you're ready for bed, and we can always reach back out. But anything else that you want to share before you head off?
No, I'll probably hang for a bit longer because it's been interesting, but no, that's all. I'm set. Thank you.
Okay, really nice to meet you. Thanks so much.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, next
Thank
we
you.
have John Ray. I'm gonna bring John in. Oops, are you on mute there? Hi, John.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Can you not come on screen either?
I do not see an icon for on screen. Just raise hand and show captions.
Oh, okay, so strange. Sorry about that. And I
No
wonder.
worries.
Okay. I don't know why we can't do that. I guess because I can't bring you in as a panelist. Well, anyway.
Well, you can now. I can join as a panelist if it's okay, but I don't need to. I can stay as attendee. It just came on my screen as an option.
Oh yeah, why don't you pick that? Because then you can come on screen. Did that work? Oh yeah, now you have a whole bunch of options to pick from.
Mhm.
There you are. Okay, we can see you. Oops. And we can't.
Probably better just to keep it the same, you know.
There you are.
You can do that too, if it's easier. I'll go off camera.
Whatever you prefer. Now we figured it out, so it's up to you.
Can everyone hear me?
We can. Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Yes.
All right, we're good to go then. Thanks.
All right, so John, thank you for applying for this position. And in a similar fashion, it would be great for the board to just hear a little bit more about you and what made you apply to this and anything that you want us to know just to get started.
Cool. I forwarded my resume. I don't know if folks got a chance to see it, but I'll talk through just maybe some highlights. So one is it's academics, right? I've always been interested in this. I went to UMass Amherst and I double majored in finance and economics. So it's always been an interest to me. Professionally, I've been in medical device for 25 years in a bunch of different jobs. I have a lot of experience with big budgets. I have a lot of experience with capital. And I also have a lot of experience just kind of working in matrix and complexity. So those are things that I feel that I bring to anything that I kind of take on. And I think that the Financial Planning Committee has a lot of those things that would leverage my experience and my skill sets and personal interests. I've been a resident since 2012. My time's freeing up. My kids are 12 and 14. The days of me being the coach are done. And so I have more time to be able to do stuff. And I've always wanted to get involved. I've applied for the ZBA and better candidates were selected, so they made the right decision. But I did it because I wanted to be able to contribute to the town. I feel like I'm uniquely qualified for the Financial Planning Committee and would be something I'd be really excited to get involved in.
Okay, great. Any questions from board members? Similar questions that we've asked or?
I guess I was gonna ask, like, what I asked before was, have you been to town meeting?
I have.
And so for financial planning, they meet from now usually until town meeting, and they meet tomorrow. And I just wanted to make sure your schedule would allow for that.
I can prioritize this over the coming months, and as well as tomorrow in town meeting.
Okay. And what I mentioned to the other person is there is a fire station committee going on, and there'll be a special town meeting in the fall. So there might be a couple meetings before that too, but I'm not sure. That would probably be like September, or October.
Yeah, that won't be an issue either.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Other questions?
So I'm going to ask a question, and I'm going to ask sort of a similar question to the one I asked previously, but I'm going to put a little bit of a spin on it, looking at your resume. So as you know, we have these major projects coming up. The fire station, the town hall is being looked at. The police station needs to be looked at. In looking through your resume, I'm curious. Do you have any experience with municipal financial at all?
Not the kind that would help in Israel. I do. So not the kind that's going to help in terms of my municipal experience. But I will say this, and like I am, I don't know if I want to say I'm concerned, but I do have. I guess I am concerned. When I looked into sort of like what the tenets were of the Financial Planning Committee and some of the ways they work together, there's 4 things called out. One is to protect and improve the town's overall financial condition. The others, the budget conforms with Northborough's financial policies. The third is maintain Northborough's affordable place to live and to run a business. And the fourth is protect the town's long-term solvency. We have a lot of things that are coming down the pipeline, and I don't know. I mean, I think the numbers are going to get hard. I think the conversations are going to get hard. And I love this town, and I think we need to really bring data to the table. And I mean, when you hear about like 250% price increases from 2019 to 2024 for the fire station going from 19 million to 44 to 49 million, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, that's not just that. There's something else that was missed, right? So I'm really big on just data, information, transparency, and I'm not involved in these things, so it may exist. But as a resident and someone that deeply has a deep affection for the town, I'm not in a position where I feel like I am seeing that kind of information. So for me, that's a big part of how I do things, and it's a big draw to be able to make an impact for the financial planning committee.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
How do you feel about making decisions about things that might not be popular, but yet might be financially sound?
I do it every day. I can, yeah. No, I mean, that's my job now, professionally.
Mm,
One
Tough one.
thing, okay, Meg, Millie, did you have a follow-up there?
I just said that's a tough one.
Yeah, it is a tough one. But I mean, I think the common goals aren't that far away when you really talk to people that have differing opinions. Like, but the magnitude of the decisions and how that impacts other things are real and they're connected. And I think those are the things we have to have discussions about and like be clear on what it means and model it and understand how we pay for it and what it means for taxes, what it means for schools. Like all these things are connected. Like you make one decision and it's tied to other decisions. So I just think we need to be transparent in talking about these things and modeling them out.
So along those lines, there's a similar question to what I asked, because you would be our representative to for the planning board on this committee. And, it does help to understand that, when we make these big land use decisions, like I had mentioned, the MBTA bylaw, what does that impact look like? Well, how does that raise taxes for people? But currently we don't have we work very much in silos at this point. So is there a way in your mind where we can kind of bridge the gap between like what you're hearing on we don't really know how the committee feels until town meeting when I think, do they vote? Do they make a recommendation on our bylaw? Do they say whether it's financially? No, they don't. Okay. We don't hear a whole lot. So is there anything in your mind that could help like kind of be more transparent and bridge that kind of gap that exists?
Yeah, I think, collaboration and accessibility, like not everyone on this panel knows me well, but like I'm a very accessible person. And I enjoy collaboration. So you don't have to wait to a formal meeting to have conversations about the things that are coming up. And you can inform your thoughts and your opinions through those too. It's just a matter of being accessible and prioritizing it. So I wouldn't wait for the formal meetings to report out as much as I would just kind of continue to discuss with other people that are stakeholders, that you want to hear their voice, they want to understand perspective. So from my perspective, like to work in silos doesn't have to be, we do that to ourselves sometimes. Like it doesn't have to be that way.
Mm-hmm. And then I think when you opened, you mentioned experience in capital expenses. Is that what you said? Did you say
Yep.
that?
Yeah.
So what is
Yeah.
your
So like detailed facility build outs, starting with a big number, working your way down to a number to get consensus on. But I have experience with, one specific example probably ties in pretty well, a $35 million facility upgrade capital project where I was a general manager and responsible for, the project, although I wasn't necessarily working the details, but ultimately I was responsible for the project, the budget, and then aligning with my company's standard operating procedures for our operations group and making sure that we were coordinating and understanding what the requirements were and all the things that go with like making that type of capital investment.
Any additional questions from board members? Any questions from you, John, or comments or?
I feel in my research, I feel like I'm pretty clear on how the financial planning committee works. So I feel that was comforting to kind of do some research and get a sense of it. No, I feel and like I said, I'm ready to jump in now and get us through the next couple of months and then just regroup after that.
Okay, great. Okay, so like I don't know if you're listening now, but like I mentioned, we just have a couple of things to get through on the agenda. You don't have to stick around. We have only one other thing, I think, and then we'll deliberate and make a decision, and either if you're not able to stick on, that's okay, we'll reach out, but up to you. Otherwise, thank you for putting your resume in. I think it's great to see, so thanks so much.
Appreciate the consideration. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
I did want to say quickly, if both Jeff and John are still on, that there may or may not be another seat after tonight. So whoever we pick should probably check with town hall, because it's up for, I reached out today and asked if there were 1 or 2 seats left, and I heard it to check in tomorrow.
Oh, so there's possibly 2 seats either way?
There could be possibly another seat, but I'm not 100%.
Oh, that's good to know.
But I was told to, check in tomorrow to find out. And
Okay.
there are plenty of other boards too that have extra seats. So we're looking for a lot of volunteers. So I think it's great that 2 new people came forward.
Yeah, that's really nice. Okay, why don't we flip quickly over to discussion of Harrington Lane public acceptance, recommendation to the select board on road layout, so we can get that squared away. Lori, is that you or?
Yes, so as of the last meeting, we were waiting for Fred's letter, which we did receive, and I provided you folks with a copy. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So there are still some outstanding issues. They're pretty minor in nature. The most severe challenge is that when they installed the bounds, it became evident that a portion of the sidewalk is located on private property. It's not entirely within the limits of the right-of-way. So the developer has been told that the sidewalk has to be moved into the right-of-way. It's not acceptable for it to be partially located on private property. So they have committed to doing so, and they believe that they are able to accomplish that within the dates recommended by Fred in this letter. There were a couple of questions that Fred had regarding the acceptance plan having to do with the bounds. So they are they're working to address those issues, and I've been told to expect an updated acceptance plan this week. So those were pretty easy to address. Excuse me. One of the more significant issues is that they do have to touch up the landscaping. So if you went up there, you probably most likely saw that there was very little grass growth along a good portion of the right-of-way. So that is something that we are definitely expecting will be addressed. So essentially what Fred's letter said is that if this roadway were to proceed to acceptance at the town meeting in April, he would like items 1 through 5, number 12, and number 15 addressed prior to April 15th, 2024. His recommendation is that if any of these items are not addressed by that date, then the article should be passed over at town meeting. So he did not have any concerns about laying out the roadway. At this point, often the lure of having the roadway publicly accepted is sufficient motivation to get these little last minute items addressed. And that's kind of where we are with this developer. He's extremely motivated. He definitely wants the roadway to be accepted at town meeting. And then, as you know, there is a lag in when the town meeting vote happens and then the actual deed transfer occurs. So usually that will happen in the August timeframe. So that gives some additional time for like the grass to grow and any other, little items to be addressed. So The public meeting with the Board of Selectmen is scheduled for March 11th, so that's next Monday. So as part of the layout process, they are looking for a recommendation from the planning board, whether you feel that the roadway is ready to go and that they should lay it out, or whether you think that they should wait. So we do still have a nominal amount in performance guarantee. So that amount of money would not be released until absolutely everything is done and the transfer of ownership has occurred. So does anybody have any questions?
Amy, you have a question?
Well, to me, I wouldn't want to approve it for the select board until we got a letter from Fred saying it was all done. Like, I wouldn't want it to go to town meeting. Like you just said, it won't, right? They'll pass over it. But there is a fall town meeting, so if they aren't close, I don't know what you meant about the performance bond. If they're gonna, this town would not take it and try to do it with the performance bond, right? Because I've heard we've done that before, and it's because of prevailing wages. Usually it's better to have the applicant do it.
So right now we have a willing developer. So he is interested in moving this project along. He is motivated to have this roadway accepted. So he has not abandoned the performance guarantee. The performance guarantee is there for town use should the developer walk away. But that's not the circumstance that we're in. So like I said, we do have that performance guarantee and a motivated developer. I personally would be interested in seeing how motivated he is, because he had a whole year to address a number of these issues, and some of them he did address, but he did procrastinate. And my fear is that he'll just procrastinate again and we'll be in the same boat next year. So I kind of would like to give him a shot to see how much he can get done within the next month, and hopefully everything will be done.
And
The
if it
grass
doesn't-
growth is the one thing that cannot happen in the next month, of course.
So, and if he doesn't finish it prior to April 15th, he has to wait till next 2025 town meeting?
Would.
Or
yes.
actually the fall? I mean, I guess if they want to jam it in there, I suppose.
I'll have to look at the municipal code. Typically, road acceptances occur at the spring town meeting,
Okay.
but I'm
So-
not sure if that's a bylaw or just tradition. I'll have to look.
So
And
do
we
you
never had a-
recommend? Oh, go ahead, Amy, what?
Oh, sorry, no, you go.
I was gonna say, do you recommend we recommend this?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yes, I would make it a conditional recommendation.
The April
So
15th?
my recommendation would be that he satisfy all of the outstanding issues by April 15th.
Okay, and Amy, you had something there, sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, no. I was just gonna say a silly thing that we've never had a fall town meeting, so I don't know if it will even be in the bylaws if road acceptances are in the spring. But yeah, so that we'd have to word it that we would accept it, but it would have to be everything on Fred's letter has to be satisfied.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay, but just the ones that he's listed here, 1 through 5, 12, and 15? Or we're saying we recommend all of it or bust?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see pretty much everything done personally. Understanding that he's not going to get the growth on the grass by April 15th. So that should be delayed until the actual transfer of ownership.
Okay.
Should
So-
town meeting vote to accept it as public.
Okay, so everything but 14?
Correct.
Okay, board members' thoughts on that recommendation?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Mhm.
I am too. Is that something Bob will go out and do, or is Fred gonna go out and look to ensure everything was done?
So Fred and I
Yeah.
would ensure that everything was done.
Awesome.
Okay, then it sounds like, if no other, did you need a vote on this one, or you just need to know?
So if you could phrase it that you are recommending that the select board lay out Harrington Lane conditional upon completion of the punch list items noted in Fred's February 26, 2024 memo, with the exception of item 14.
Okay, so is there a motion to recommend to the select board the layout for Harrington Lane? Conditional upon the list noted in Fred's letter from February 26, 2024, his memo with the exception of item 14.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
okay, all in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Billy,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
Amy,
Aye.
carries an aye. Okay, great. So that is set. I don't think we have any aside from the appointment to Financial Planning Committee. We just have upcoming meeting items. So why don't we get back to our appointment to Financial Planning? So initial thoughts from board members after meeting with candidates. It was really nice to see a couple of people. I hope there are a few different spots, actually. It's hard to pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You know, in most places, it's hard to find people who are willing to volunteer their time. So it's good to see.
Yeah, I thought
Definitely.
good experience. Oh, go ahead, Anthony.
I was just gonna say, just two definitely very solid candidates, great
Yeah.
backgrounds, a little bit diverse from each other. So yeah, hard decision.
I thought, I don't want to dominate if anyone has thoughts.
You can start.
I was gonna say, I thought Jeff obviously was had a lot on the municipal side. So he had a lot of that covered. John had, I like the capital project experience because I feel like there's so much of that coming in the next, but I mean, it's just in the next year at a minimum and beyond. So I did like that experience. Both seem to have some budgeting, finance. I don't know, any other thoughts on strengths that you guys picked up on?
Well,
No.
I liked with Jonathan, his, vocalization that he has some concerns about all the things we have coming up and how to manage spending and not get things out of control or have things kicked down the road so we can't then be in a sound financial position. I certainly liked that that Jeff had, tax background experience. I think that's really huge. I think is coming into the, board committee experience. This, I think, is his first go around, so I think that's great. You always want to encourage that. I did like that Jonathan, had applied with the ZBA and felt that they made some good decisions, but didn't take him out of the running for looking to how he can also continue to participate in the town.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I did like that John had some research. He had researched some, what the financial committee charter was or what, what their goals were and things like that. I think it's helpful to have that kind of understanding of what you're getting into there. I mean, both seem to have, I don't mean to say good spirit, but like, that spirit you like to see, like, I've been in the town a long time, I care about the town, I want to help, like, that's
Passion.
both
Right.
both candidates had that sort of like, been
Yeah.
here, I like that, so,
How many members in that committee? Is it 5? It's not 5, is it? 3?
6, I think. 3
6?
by the moderator, and then
Oh, yeah.
appropriations, school committee, and planning board each appoint one. so 6, and they have to sit up at the front at town meeting.
Mhm.
But yeah. But I did
No one-
hear that there might be a space, one more, so
Who's with the moderator spot or one of the committees?
I don't even know.
Hmm.
But if they don't get that, hopefully the other person does look down our long list of committees.
Ways to participate.
Yes.
Bill, were you gonna say something there? Did you get
Yeah,
cut?
no, I was going to say, I like that John has those capital projects because, like you said, he's, those are coming down the line. I did like that Jeff has the municipal experience. I think also Jeff's response that, the towns do need, unfortunately, a little bit of debt, right? Because, you're responsible for buildings and all these other things, fire apparatus and police and all this. So, I'm sort of glad that he understood that, some debt is good, a lot of debt is bad, right? And understanding that difference, I think, is important.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony, what about you? Thoughts from you there?
Yeah, again, both, like I said, one coming from a tax perspective, the other more corporate. I think I liked John's resume with just really a long, diverse background and different responsibilities and running different things. So I would probably lean towards John at this point.
Other thoughts on that one? Amy, did you have okay, Millie, sorry.
I was gonna say, I think that if there's a bit of an edge, it would be towards Jonathan on my part as well. But not a lot, but enough. Yeah.
Hard.
Okay, I agree with everyone. You all had good points on both of them,
Yeah.
but I would lean towards John too.
Bill, thoughts on that one from you?
Yeah, it's funny because I sort of lean towards Jeff, but that's only because of, what I'm seeing on the town hall feasibility study. And some of those construction costs that John was talking about and the differences, they are quite stark. And we saw it with the fire station. We're seeing it with the town hall feasibility. That just in the last 4 years, some of those construction costs are outrageous. How fast they've gone up. So, but like I said, they're both good candidates. I would be happy voting for either one.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, does someone want to, it sounds like overall the board majority is leaning John on this one. Does anyone want to make a motion to recommend to appoint John to the Financial Planning Committee?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second,
All in favor, Anthony,
Aye.
Amy,
hi.
Billy,
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Carries an aye. So we can reach out and let John know. I think he's on the line as well. But also, it would be great if Jeff is still interested, Amy. But obviously, we all thought he was a really strong candidate as well. If you do hear tomorrow, I think we might have Jeff's email, or Laura, you have Jeff's email. If we could follow up and let him know if there is a second spot, because it's almost too bad that we couldn't merge them into one.
I know. Yeah.
So, if you happen to hear that, that might be a nice way to actually get the best of both worlds on that one.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, that's great. Good to see the interest and participation. Okay, next planning board meeting, we have March 19th and then April 2nd. Next ZBA meetings, March 26th. Anything exciting there, Lori?
Fire station.
Oh.
So they have filed for 3 variances. One pertains to building setback from the roadway. Second one pertains to they're interested in doing an electronic message center. And then the third one pertains to the size of the wall sign. So of course, this is a large building, and so the sign would be also large.
Okay. And then MPIC is March 21st, so busy month.
It is.
Okay, if there is no other business before the board, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second,
Second,
Okay, all in favor, Bill,
aye.
Amy,
Aye.
Anthony,
Hi.
Billy,
aye.
Carries an aye. Meeting adjourned. Have a good night.
Good night.
See ya.